Hi, this is Barnabas, Senior UX Designer. In the past, I designed wireframes for Range Rover, Budget, EE T-Mobile, Orange, Flora Proactive, Shell, and other websites. In this video, we are going to look at designing a Babysitter directory wireframe and learning how to use Axure and how to use some advanced functions. In session 1, we are going to look at how to do the UX research deliverables in Axure, how to do the personas, the sitemaps, and the user journeys. In session 2, we are going to look at the homepage, design the homepage, and creating masters for the header and the footer. In session 3, we are going to look at the search results and how to display these results, how to sort and filter them. In session 4, we are going to look at registration and how to build your profile. In session 5, we are looking at creating the dashboard, edit profile, sort candidates, messaging, changing password and email. In session 6, we are going to design the upgrade and plans and the payment. In session 7, we are going to design the responsive viewport for mobile and desktop. In session 8, we are going to look at creating a clickable prototype from these wireframes. We are going to learn a lot in this video, so stay tuned. See you in the video. So when you start this project or any kind of UX project, I really suggest to start with some sort of user interviews or user testing focus groups so that you get to know your users. If this is not available, then you can also ask the business owner or stakeholders about the users. They usually have some research, and it's important that you get into their shoes. So Axure, creating Axure wireframes and any kind of wireframes, it's really not about the wireframes, it's about UX is about the user experience, as the name says it. You have to be able to think with the user, feel with their pain, and that's why you are trying to create something that will work for them long term. So with that said, once you have the result of the user testing or you get information from the stakeholders, what you want to do is first put this down into paper and then do some personas. So we are going to get started with the personas. So let's open Axure, and it's going to get started in a little bit. So okay, so we have Axure here, and it's just still opening up for some reason. Okay, so file, we are creating a new document. There we go, and I'm just saving it in my downloads folder, and I'll name it as Babysitter RP. Okay, so that's done. So going to name this as persona and save it. I usually save it quite often. You're going to see that. So the persona we are going to start with going to be a mother of 3 who just got back to work and needs a babysitter. So the way I usually do personas is that first I get an image, and then I'm doing some tooltips or bubbles. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So I go to Unsplash, where you can get 3 images. So we are searching for woman, and going to grab one here, mother of 3, an older woman, maybe. Yeah, that looks right to me. Okay, so let's download this picture, and let's do that. It's going to be a large image, but Axure is going to resize it for us. So I'm just dragging and dropping my image here. You will see a warning, obviously it's too large, but anyway, so you can make this smaller by holding down, I believe, Control, and on a Mac the Apple key, and then scrolling with the mouse. And then we are making this a little bit smaller. Obviously we are going to hold down Shift. You just need something like 530 to 590. That's going to be enough. So let's scroll back. Okay, so there we go. Here's that. Okay, so let's crop this image. We don't have to crop here actually. Let's crop it just over here. Click crop. There we go. So we have this image, and we are going to put here some speech bubbles. We're going to make this like that, and then I'll bring another one. I will want to look for an arrow. They have changed a little bit how they are doing things in Axure. So I'll just convert it to custom shape, and I'm going to make out of this kind of a pointy edge here, so that, let me just make this like so. Let's see, that probably would work. And then I will make, first I'll make the main image, which is the bubble itself. I'll make this, go to style, to the right, and style. And then we're going to make this a little bit rounded. So we add corner radius of 5, let's say. That's going to be good. And I select both objects, and I want to transform the shape. And I'm not sure which one this be, but let's see, combine. That's not it. So transform shape, break apart. That's not it either. Let's try once more, or a couple of more times. Substruct. Let's say substruct. Nope. Transform shape. Unite. Okay, that's almost good. But what I want is these not to show, and it should be like that. And it shouldn't be that point either, so I'll bring this a bit closer. You have to sometimes play with this. It was much easier when you could just drag and drop a triangle. That's what I used before, but now they don't have it. So unite. There we go. And before that, I will have to make here, it seems that the style didn't take effect here, so 5 corner radius. Okay, and let's do this now. Select all and unite. Okay, there we go. So we have now a speech bubble, and here we can put some things. I like to write into this, and we're just going to put there some lorem ipsum for now, because we don't have the other things. We don't have the result of this project that we are making up on the go. So if I go back to Axure, place this in. That's too much. It's also a bit. I'll make it smaller. The zoom should be about 100 so that we know how big this is. And let's see. Okay, so that's even too much. Let's do it like that. Okay, and then the text is not right, so we go there, go to the right and style. We add some padding. Let's say 10. That's probably not enough. So we are going to add 20 and 20, 10, 20 and 10. That looks right. Now you can style this as you want, and I usually give some colors here, but it's not necessary. So we are just going to make this color up because it's primarily a female website, female users website. So I'm going to add this color, and then so what you're doing is adding some of these here and duplicating Control D. I'm quite keen on making spacing the same, so I'm just going to play with that now. So 3 spacing, 3 brackets, 3 on the grid, and this one is going to be, I'll just go and delete this. Okay, and then basically what we do is just a little bit reorganize it. That's pretty much a persona. It's like what I'm thinking about, and she says, yeah, I'm thinking this and I'm thinking that. Like, I would like to have a website. I would like to find my perfect babysitter in London in this and this way. So we add these data based on the research. Now I add some of these here as well. So you are doing this basically the same way. I'm just going to duplicate this here, not to spend time on that. And basically you need a transformed shape, and then you need a rectangle, and add some colors and make it round corner. So basically this pointing should be to this side, to the picture, of course. But for now this will do, just for the presentation purpose. And yeah, usually I add here a name, and just something like, so h1, that will be here Kate, and I like to make this centered. And when it is centered, I can just bring it to the edges. It's going to be in the center exactly, and bring it up a little bit. And then I add subtext, which is going to be about what she does and what she believes in. So this is going to be her worldview. So I care for my daughter. She is the center of my world. Okay, that could be her motto, and these are what she thinks. And usually what I do, it's actually in some of the UX magazines, this sort of persona. I actually coined this persona type, so you can look it up if you search on UX booth, for instance. But I can insert some links here as well, so you can have a look at my type of persona, user journey, sitemap. So okay, so what I do here is add some more images. So for the purpose not of this exercise, we don't want to get too detailed about this, but just let's say I'm searching for toys, and that's great as well. So I'll just download these three, but what I do is add much more images so that it is like this is her world. So pictures speak 1,000 word, and that is true for UX design as well when you're showing it to your stakeholders, project managers. So just download these images. I think I have it downloaded, this one, and once they're there, I'm going to bring these up to Axure and put it under the main image. So I'm bringing this up here. It's too large, obviously. Making the screen smaller. Oops. Holding down the shift key. And then bring some more in. Again, too large. Right. If you don't want to make Axure file too large, then you can also make the images smaller, which I do sometimes actually, but we're fine with this now. So now we just make this, even smaller, like so. And as I said, I'm not going to put all the images. I usually put there around 10-15 images, and that will give a good idea about what Kate's world looks like. So I'm just going to make this simple as possible, so I'm just duplicating this, but it's going to be different images really. And so we make sure everything is aligned. And then usually here on the right side I add some more things, some more speech bubbles usually, and that is my concerns. Let's say it's just one. My concerns, and here it will be an overheard conversation. So that was something that people like quite a bit. So I add here a simple label and say overheard conversation. And you can have a look on UX booth and see some examples there. Basically, it's like, let's say she's going to meet with her friend and talk about how difficult it is to find a babysitter, and she would like to find a good babysitter for her daughter. And so she's basically conversing. This one would be her speech bubble, this one would be her friends ones, and so you build up a conversation, and that again gives an insight into her life. And here, not overheard conversation, but it will be the my concerns. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And obviously you can add some more styling to make it look perfect for your client. I'm not going to go into that detail, but you can just use the right side here and use the styling options. So as we are done with that, now we're going to create a sitemap, and in order to do so, we're going to add some more pages here. Home, and another one, listing, and the next one will be profile, and then registration, let's say. Okay, so we are going to put these ones on the profile, on the home, and you want to make sitemap to be active. You click on home, diagram type, page, and let me just, no, generate flow diagram. So standard right hanging, it's the right hanging that I'm usually using. Okay, so there we go. We make this a little bit more stylish, like that. And obviously when you have these styles, you can copy the colors. That's what I usually do. Let's say that's the brand color, so you want to copy all that to here. Actually it's the last used color, so that's fine. And we're going to make this, I always like to put it next to the grid. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is use the persona. So take this image, place it here, and actually this is going to be 700, so I'm going to crop this a little bit more. Crop image. So I want to create a perfect rectangle. So crop, that's great, and I will make this maybe like 50. If you click this, then it's going to keep the aspect ratio. So let's do this again. 50, that looks good. And what I like to do is basically make the persona as the user journey agent or subject. So we're going to do put her there and use one of the speech bubbles. Again, some of this is on UX Booth and some other UX magazines like boxes and arrows as well. So we'll probably need here a 60. So you can see some more examples of this. And here what I also tend to do is add a timeline. So for instance, Saturday 10:32 a.m. and it just makes it more real life to people. So then you can group this, you select these three elements and control group, or I think it is command group on Apple. I'm on Apple. I just use a Windows keyboard, so that's why I'm saying the Windows combination. So once you have that, then you want to say, let's say, okay, so she started on the home page and then she goes to the listing page. For that reason, I'm reorganizing this a little bit so it can fit here. So I put this usually around the middle of the page, and she starts there and then she's going to go to the listing page just like that. So that's basically just putting in line, and here I let's do this. So let's ungroup. Just exchange. I'm not going to make the deformed shape there because that's just taking too long. But let's do at least this. So then once she went to the listing page, she is going to go to the profile page and so on. So yeah, you basically write a journey of something like, this website looks great. So it's like what she was thinking, what she's thinking when she's visiting the website, and you obviously want to make it sound good, a good experience. But this is where you actually think it through with your persona, how they are going to navigate your website. So that's how I usually do user journeys, and that's it. Welcome to session 2. In this session, we are going to create the homepage of the Babysitter directory and using header and footer masters. So let's get started. You're going to Axure file that we created, and first we are going to create the header. So you just put a rectangle over there, make it 60 pixel high and about 1200 wide. And then there will be a logo, and let's put this there, logo. Now, so there will be some navigation items, and I'm going to remove the border. No border, but I like to work with a block. So let's say login will be one item, then features, why us, and contact. So login navigation is going to go to the right side as usual, and then features are going to, all these other navigation items are going to come to the left side next to the logo. So I'm just trying to organize these a little bit, and this should be a little bit wider for padding. Okay, that's looking good. That's about right. So I will put these next to the logo, and then what we're going to do is going to style it a little bit. So I probably don't want to have a border, and I want to make this a little bit like so. Let's get the same color for here. Actually I guess it's the same color. Yeah, it's the same color. FCC, and this one is FCC. Yeah, okay, cool. Now these items should be then transparent. So I click transparency, There we go. This logo looks a bit weird here, so maybe let's make this a bit different color. Just like so. And that's gonna be the logo. Features why us. Let's say actually about. Okay, so we created the header, and what we want to do is create a switch, because there will be people who come to hire babysitters, and there will be people to search for jobs. So there will be two different sections of the website. So we're going to make here a switch, and I'm just going to use a simple box without the border. I wonder why they dropped the triangle. Anyway, we can create one. So we are just creating, and I'll drop this aspect ratio 60/60, and I'm going to then we'll try to rotate just like that. And next up is I'm trying to transform the shape. No, convert to custom shape. So I'm just going to try and make it a triangle. And now, as I've done that, I'll try to make this smaller. Let's see if that works. That works just fine. So let's say 15, 15. Yeah. Let's zoom in a bit. So, okay, that looks alright. And let's make this a bit darker. Let's make this into kind of the middle. That's alright, I guess. Let's see. No, it's probably not the right thing to do. I actually don't like these freehand transformations in Axure anymore. So previously you could create an object, and here there were different shapes that you could choose from. Like once you put that there, then you could change to a triangle or an ellipse or anything else. There was a list, but now it's just a free fall. So I don't like this really much. So what we are going to do is go to Noun project and download a good icon. I think it should be a chevron. I think it's called chevron, if I'm right. Yeah, chevron down. Let's do this one. And we want to get, I think PNG is fine. Okay, so let's bring this into our Axure file. Let's make this 50. It's probably too much. So 15, I think 15 would work well. Yeah, that looks much better. Okay, so we have a drop-down that basically tells the user that they can change the home page to anything else. They don't know exactly what, so we are going to tell them. It's always a good idea to tell them instead of making them guess. So let's call this parents. That's going to be the parents edition. And let's make this about 10. 10. Okay. Now that looks good to me. So let's say this would be babysitter site. And let's make this bold. That would be the logo, and I just group this drop down here and make the logo a little bit bigger, and there we go. This is the drop down. So in this way, let's make this 100%. Let's look. Yeah, so this is the logo, and people now know that this is the parents edition, and if they click on it, then probably they're going to go to the child carers edition. Okay, so that looks alright, but I think maybe we should move these ones to the right side. Looks a bit weird over there. So here's login. I think that's fine, even if it is just like next to each other. Let's have the same kind of padding between the items. That looks good to me. Okay, so now this is great, I guess. And what we are going to do is make this a master. So the way we do this is just select all what you want to make a master of and convert to master. So we're going to name this as header, and we are going to use it again and again. Place anywhere, lock to master location, breakaway. So place anywhere, we want to place this anywhere. Okay, so once you have that, you can just drag and drop and place anywhere in any page. Okay, so now we're going to make the footer. Actually, we go and grab this block and copy it over from the header. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's do something else. Let's go to masters here on the left side. There are different ways to do this, and we can duplicate this actually. So duplicate master. There we go. Now we rename this to footer, and once we click on that, then we can edit this. So let's edit that. Let's edit the master. So we just delete that drop down. We don't need a logo either. We don't need these, but we want to keep one at least because we are going to change this to something else. So let's say we put here terms and conditions, and the next one would be privacy policy, and then we have all rights reserved, and we'll have some social icons there. Okay, so terms and conditions, and then let's add the privacy policy. All rights reserved in the middle, and let's put there some social icons. Let's go back to our noun project and search for Facebook. Okay, so non-projects is actually not the best for this because they have very custom items. They don't really replicate things. So let's go to iconfinder.com, where I usually get these icons from, and just search for Facebook and download a nice Facebook icon that is free to use commercially. So you click on free and then license filtering for commercial use and no link back. That's what I like because I don't like to put link back to my wireframes. So let's say we're going to go with circle one. Once you click on that, I want to see if they have in the collection any kind of other social media icons, and they do Twitter as well, so that's what I was looking for. So download PNG, that's good enough for us. And then let's go to the Twitter icon and let's download that as well. So once that's done, we are going to go back to our file and drop the Facebook and the Twitter icon in. And now we are just going to make this, let's say 25. Looks about right. 25 pixel. So okay, that looks good to me. We are not designing for, the final design. It's not user interface design, it's UX design. So we just want to use some colors maybe for branding. Many times I don't use any colors, but recently when there is a brand and there are brand colors, I like to use that so that the client knows I'm in touch with those as well. Okay, so that will be the footer, and what we want to do is open home and go back to masters, bring the footer in like so, and now we have a header and a footer. It's pretty simple, no complication there. And now we will build the home page itself. So let's bring in a block, and actually what we are going to do, I'll change this, have another idea. So we're going to change the background to this color, and we are going to make this white instead. That looks better. So that's going to be, let's keep this for now because I need to know the color. Just copy the color from here. So what we are going to do is go to project, page style editor, and change the back color to our brand color. I think that will look better. And actually, if you go back to page style editor once more, and page align is going to be center, and the vertical align is to the top, horizontal align is again to center, and click OK. So that should be better now. But now we will have to change this to white, and this as well to some other color. Let's say, yeah, I think this should be white as well. Maybe the font color should be something like so. Yeah, that looks alright. I'll make this bigger. I'll make this 20. And let's just like so. How about that? I like it. Okay. Anyway, we go back to the home page, and now we see that the back color is different, and we have a white header. So we go and change the footer as well to white fill color, and that's it really. So here we remove the border, and now we just pull this in place, save it, and let's make sure it looks alright. We're not making a UI design here anyway, but just to keep it on brand. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think that looks awesome. So okay, that's great. Now let's go back to our Axure file, and what we want to do is add a great heading. So heading 1, and what really works well in business in general, and it's backed up by UX and user research, is offering something to people on the home page. This is where they decide to stay on the site or not. So in this case, we are not going to offer anything, but we'll make it easy for them to search. So instead of having a form full of details how to search for your babysitter, because there are so many different variants that they would like to enter, we just make it easy and just use postcode, and that's it. Postcode and email, so that we can capture their email address. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So the email address is important because that's lead generation. You can get their email address, the sooner the better, and then once you get their email address, you can use a software, an email marketing software, and you can market to them. So that's basically the concept. So we will make the heading something like find your ideal babysitter in minutes. Okay. And that's all good, but people are looking for some sort of validation as well. And why am I going to do this? I just see something here which I don't like. Yeah, it should be left aligned. That was the problem. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, because it's not aligned. I'm very keen on alignments, so I sometimes use these aligning tools. Just grab and see where the margins are. Okay, that looks better. And now the footer as well is out of line a little bit. Yeah, that should be probably then left aligned as well, and then it will look alright. Privacy policy, left aligned as well, and then they will be fine. This can be center. Now let's pull this here and make this so. Okay, now that looks much better. Oh, the login. Yeah, so login should be right aligned, and the rest can be actually centered. I'll make them smaller a little bit, trying to keep the space between them similar, and it should be good. Yeah, that's about right. So now That looks much better. So what we want to do is add some feature listing, which will help users to decide if what we are saying is really true. Okay. Now let's bring an H2 item here and say start with post code and email only. And then I think we're gonna do like this. So it's just a bullet pointed list. Verified child carers. Verified child carers. And what else? Costs 200 times less than an agency. Obviously you want to put things that are true here. You don't want to lie. And then maybe like 189,000 approved child carers. So these are features that when people look at it, they will make an opinion. They will make a decision on these pointers. Let's make this regular because it looks too bold to me. Okay, that looks much better. Anyway, we are not going to design something, that looks really nice. That's going to be the UI designer's task, but still we want to make it look all right. Okay, so next up is our email capture. So we're going to bring here text field and make the text field a little bit bigger. Want to make this big like so, and we want to use our margins. So what's going to be here is a hint email address. So that's going to be the hint, and basically you want to add some space to space, let's say. Yeah, that looks fine. In style. Yeah, I think that's good. Email address and postcode or zip code. If you are in the US, 2 space, and there we go. We have an email capture. And not only email capture, but they are also going to get what they are looking for, which is finding a babysitter. And at least they can see some pictures and they can see the listing of the directory. So next up, we are going to make this block a little bit smaller, like so. And I think that's fine. Looks a bit wide, but I think that's fine. It's just going to be a design. There could be some design elements there later on in the UI, so I think that's all right. So let's duplicate this block, and this will be the social proof item. Actually, let's delete this and make this bigger as it was, and put here the social proofs. because when people want to sign up for anything or enter the email address, especially do any kind of action, they need to make an informed and intelligent decision. So here we are going to give them some proof, social proof, that helps them decide whether to do this or not. So let's add some testimonials first. So we are going to go back to Unsplash and download one face, female face. Actually, because we need a smaller one, I'll show you another website. It's called uifaces.co. You can get there free to use faces as well. That's what I use usually for testimonials. And so let's look for a face, a female face from 30 to 40. I want to go Unsplash, Pexels, random user. So, and our users. These are for sure free. I'm DB users, I'm not sure about that one, so musicians either on Twitter, so that's why I checked those ones. These are for sure free to use, as far as I can tell. And so we are going to use an image, let's say this one, and this will be Jane for us. Okay, so let's go to our picture and bring in Jane. Alright, that looks awesome. So she's going to be our subject to tell the truth about the service. And so we're going to use an HD here. Probably it's going to be enough just to have an H3 as well, and not bold. So I was able to find the perfect babysitter for my daughter in 5 minutes. We have only good experience with our child carer, so I can only recommend this site. Okay, something like that. I like to make it real. You can use, lorem ipsum, and I do sometimes. We use it in a persona because it's just there was just too much text there. But when I put there, let's say, a testimonial, I usually make up something just like that. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just like so that your client can see that, yeah, this is a testimonial. It looks like one. Lorem ipsum doesn't look like one. So holding down Shift, we are going to make this smaller. 90 pixel seems right to me. Okay, and that's great. What we need at the form is one more thing I forgot, which is a button. So just bring in a button and it will be a big one. Find child carers. and this will be bold. I like to make it, usually buttons work well with capital letters for some reason. Right, style is, I just want to add here some corner radius, and we are going to use our brand color there. Do we need their border? Probably not. Find child carriers, and we are going to make this 20. That looks alright to me. Yeah, there's a spacing issue here, so let's do something about that one. Let's see where this, yeah, there's a padding, so I'm going to use that padding. It's going to look a bit awful, so I'm going to do the next up. I'm going to use 90 for the padding, and then we already see much better. Maybe we can use it like that. Let's see, I'm not sure. No, I think let's go back, because I think, you know, you have the end of the heading, and it should be under. So let's say it should be somewhere there. I like to use numbers that are exact, so not 126 but 130. So let's go back. I think it was good, and the spacing now looks much better. We have a testimonial as well, and what I want to also add is another social proof, which is adding some logos of like mentions, for instance. So for this purpose, we are just going to use blocks and just say logo, because I don't want to search for logos, but like what we want to do is for people to know that this website was mentioned in famous on famous websites or blogs or TV. So let's say we're going to say this is BBC, and again we're going to put here something like just the label as seen on yeah, that was the problem. Okay, so 30 on BBC, and let's make the border just a little bit lighter, like so, and let's make the background just like styling a little bit, so it's not that emphasized. So something like that. BBC, CNN, and Fox, HuffPost. I'm just adding here whatever. It's not really what you put here that matters, obviously, for this project, but you want to know from your client where they were mentioned, any kind of blog, and you bring in the logo. It will look so much better. So we are going to list some more. Let's say the mommy, or how's it, mom blog. I'm just making this up, doesn't really matter. So I will actually mom blog 1, mom blog 2, mom blog 3, and yeah, that looks alright. Now how we're going to space this out, let's have a look at it. So I'm going a little bit further away from the screen and see how that looks like. I just want to find an optimal layout for this, so it's good for the eye, and we are driving the user to the destination, to the one banana basically. When I say one banana, I'm using the terminology from Seth Godin. He's a great marketer. If you don't know who he is, then please Google him. He's talking about tribes and internet marketing, and he's one of the greatest gurus of this internet age. He's a great guy, and he's talking about one banana when you are designing a website, and he's right. On every page there should be one banana for the monkey. It's just like a funny way to express the user, but the user would just want to do one thing on one page. So in this particular page, all we want to focus on is to drive the user to that one banana, which is click the find child carriers button after entering their email address and postcode. That's what we want them to do, and we want to emphasize this. So okay, I'm just going to play around and see how that works, you know, maybe like here underneath. Obviously not, the spacing is not right, but let's put this away a little bit for the time being. I'm just playing around, and you can play around, and sometimes when you just drag things around, maybe it looks better. You want to make sure that people, when they want to click the find child carriers or this block, they are actually, you know, moved by all these social proofs that we are engaging them with. So, but I think this was a nice place here because this is very short, and so what I'm going to do is just bring these items. You can actually do this. I want to space this out, so I'm spacing these things out just a little bit. In Sketch you can just click a button and it will just space it out evenly. Love that feature there, but we don't have it here. So I'm just going to make my best guess here. So even it out somehow like that. That's not too bad. Maybe just here. Yeah, that looks alright. It's kinda alright. And I want to group this so that I can move it easily. And what I want to do is focus on this part. So for that reason, I'm going to add here a block. I'm just trying to see if it works better or not. Maybe it doesn't. So I'm just giving it a go. So I want to mimic the height of this block. So from the heading until the testimonial. Actually, I will group these as well. So now I grouped it, and I select these elements and I bring it to the front. And so that's why I pulled this line, pulled the height of this element to the bottom of the testimonial. Let's see if that works. So something like that. And let's make a fill color and a line color just similar to that. Yeah, I think that already attracts the attention a bit more to that one banana. Maybe if I move this up. Not sure. But yeah, I think that's better. That's actually better. So let's do that. I think that's actually better. Okay, let's make a bit bigger spacing there. Yeah, the spacing, I want to make sure that the spacing is right. We are not going to make UI design here, but these things can be easily picked up by clients. It's just like, what? Weird spacing, you know. So that looks good to me. I think that's all right. And we are going to bring this instance just right there. Now, I think that's great. So we have here the heading, the feature list, the testimonial, and we have another social proof, which is logos of big brands. The bigger the brand, the better it is, because whether you believe in big brands or not, they spend lots of money on their branding. People know it, and that's the association that people need sometimes, especially if it's a new site. So when they can associate with something that they know, and it's generally speaking trustworthy brand, then they it helps for the conversion. Okay, so now let's just bring this here, and this would be our home page, but I think we will need something more underneath under this. So let's bring another block and remove the border, and here we are going to add something else. So here we could add some social widgets like Facebook and Twitter. So for instance, let's say these are going to be, I'm just going to copy from this one element over here. This would be a person's avatar. So it's probably around 50. You can use different widgets from Facebook. For instance, there are widgets from Elementor and this Facebook page feed, and we could use that. So it gives another social proof to people to sign up. So let's do something like that, and we are going to use another one, which is Twitter. So I'm just trying to replicate this, It's not going to be perfect, but when I would do this, I would just say this is the Elementor plugin idea, and there's some Facebook users pictures here which will help for social proof, and for that reason help the conversion rate. And I'm sure that you can make this more about the user, so maybe 2 rows. Usually you can customize these elements, these plugins, and here this would be a post, and we're calling this Elementor. Well, we're going to call this Babysitter site, and Facebook page, just for people to understand what we are doing. So, and yeah, I think I should have used something else here. We can actually just use real pictures, that will look much better. And this is a Facebook post. And here we're going to put there some users from UI faces. So I think that's going to be enough. Just to use real life pictures is always better. We can use just simple blocks as well. It's going to work, but whenever I can use, I think I'll just bring all this at once here, right? And what we're going to do is just separate them and make them, I think 50. Keep aspect ratio. Keep aspect ratio 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, and we're almost done. And so we are going to just place these images there, align them a little bit, and it's already going to look so much better. And when people see that these are real people from Facebook, they can go there, verify their profiles basically. At least that's what they what they think they can do. Well, many times you can, at least you can see the profile, that what they are posting and things like that. So it's going to be a real good social proof. So this is the Facebook widget we have, and let's add Twitter widget. So let's bring that over here, and I'm going to make this as well 570, 570. Okay, so basically I'm just going to bring these ones there, the padding like so, and Babysitter Twitter. So here we are just going to make like posts, tweets, For instance, we bring in the label, or actually we just bring a paragraph. We just are fine with the lorem ipsum for this, and edit it, just make it less than 140 characters, just by about. And these are people who tweeted, and I think on Twitter you can favorite certain tweets, and then you can bring it in to your website as um, as a widget. So that's what we are trying to do here. And yeah, that looks alright. Duplicating the text, bringing it in the middle of the photo, and yeah. Okay, so now we have much more social proof here, and when users come to our page, then they see the heading, they see the features, they see a featured testimonial, they see where this has been seen or published about the website. We are capturing their email right away, so lead generation and future marketing, postcode, and they are gaining what they are looking for, which is finding childcares. At least they can see the listing and directory of childcares. And even underneath, we are going to do some more boosting of social proof by Facebook page widget and by a Twitter page widget. So that looks right to me. I see that there's an alignment problem here. Let's fix that. Is that the problem? Yeah, I think that was the problem. Let's see. Let's have a look at it another time. Let's see if this is fine. So I think that looks alright. So what I like to do when I finish a page like that, I preview it, because sometimes in the browser I see something else that I missed in Axure. I like to hide everything so it looks like a website, just like that. And once I'm here, I try to scroll and see everything, and to me it all looks fine. Perhaps this parent is a little bit too far away from the logo, and there's a little bit, the parent should be higher up, so let's fix that. Other than that, it looks alright. Here this gap looks a bit weird, so let's fix that. So we're going to go into the header, make this a little bit closer, and let's just ungroup this for now, and let's make this bigger. I think just a little bit, maybe just not sure, maybe it was fine. Make sure it was fine. It was just too far away from the logo, I guess. That's going to be good. And here I'm going to rearrange this a little bit. Oh, maybe there's a distribution. I didn't know about this. I think it's probably a new feature. Well, I haven't used it. Let's try to use this. I was just like, there is no such feature, all in Sketch. Distribute horizontally. Oh, there we go. So just found it. So that's great. It's not just Sketch. Distribute horizontally. There we go. We just did that. And let's distribute this one as well horizontally. Ungroup. And what we're going to do is just select these. Distribute horizontally. Awesome. Group it again. And now that looks so much better. Yeah. So once I do that, I have another look and see without the sidebar. So that looks much better. I see that users, when coming to this website, they're probably going to look at this first and the testimonial, read this, and then come to this, come to the form, fill it out, and click find the child carriers. Welcome to session 3. In this session, we are going to look at creating the listing page or the directory of the Babysitter website. This is one of the most important elements of this project. So let's get started, and we are going to get started with bringing some masters which we created in advance, the header and the footer, and obviously this should be aligned to the left of the screen, just like so. And then I'm going to bring in a block, remove the border, and I think that's good. So here we are going to add an H1, search results, and first we are going to create some users. We'll put them in boxes, and we are going to make the box just a little bit different. I'm using the same line, fill type, fill color, and then for some reason the border was set to another color, but anyway, it's something like that. So then once we have that, then I will want to make this a little bit longer, and I want to get some user photos. So I'm going to go to UI faces, and most of the users are going to be female because they are going to be child carers, and they are probably, most of them are going to be less than 30. And I want to just get users that have photos that have the same sizes, so that's why I'm going to go to random user and apply filter, and so these pictures should have the same resolution. So I'm going to download some of them, and these are going to be our babysitters. So nothing fancy here. I'm just downloading random users from this list. Doesn't really matter which ones. So the ones that look like they would do babysitting, if that's even possible to tell. But I'm trying my best. Okay, so I think that's enough. Probably even too much. So let's bring these into Axure. I'm going to grab all of it, including this one, to Axure. There we go. And start with this. And it has a weird side. Let's start with her. Okay. So anyway, this is going to be just needed later, I guess. So yeah, I can just redo that. So maybe I'm going to actually I'm just going to put this to the side for now. And I want to make a template that I can duplicate later on. So this is 128 pixels. It's going to be good enough for me. And that's the main picture. I'm probably going to make it like so. And I want to add a label, a small label. I think it will be without any border. And this is going to be my label for the price, the hourly price. So hourly price is going to be £10 per hour. Could be dollars or whatever else currency you're using. I'm just going to put it somewhere like that. I'm not saying this is the final, but that looks alright to me. And I'm going to make this smaller, 10, size 10 is good enough, I guess. Maybe put it up there. No, it's better there. Okay, and I think I want to add some badges as well. So I'm going to make it just move it 1 pixel so that there's border. No, that looks weird. So yeah, I want to add some badges. So let's say it's a verified user. So we're going to go to Noun project, or you can go to iconfinder.com. I have a subscription with Noun project, so I get it for free. Well, not free, but I have a subscription, so I can download any icons here. So let's say badge. Which one says it is verified. I think that tick box tells me that check sign tells me it's verified, so I'm going to use that. PNG. Right, and so I have that here. I'll go back to Axure, bring in the PNG. It's going to be a large one, and I think about 20 pixel is going to be good enough. Probably too small. Maybe 30. Yeah, 30 looks alright. And I'll place this right there. How about that? That looks weird. So how about undo? How about I put these badges on top, or perhaps even better under the picture. Yeah, maybe that looks the best. That's to me. And again, we are not designing for final, but still it should look good. I'm just checking what position it is at. because I want to make sure that I'm aligning things correctly. And if the number is an odd number, then it is difficult. So, but it's not an odd number, so it's fine. Verified £10 per hour, and I think we should mention the name as well. So I'm copying the label and mentioning that this is Jane, and Jane. What else do we need here? We are going to need the age. So Jane, I'm guessing at 27 here, and then we will make this a little bit like that. So I'm using that maybe like as a tag. I'm not sure if I'm going to use that. Maybe I'm going to use a transparent background just like that. Maybe that's better. Left aligned. So Jane 27, and the location is location. It's just a weird alignment here. .360, 360, 360. That's fine. Okay, it just looks weird, probably because of the icon. Okay, so here we will mention the location, and we're going to add a blurb as well from her profile. So I have 5 years of experience caring for babies age and ... So let's see how that works. Just to give the user a little bit of an idea for what she's doing. We could leave this information out, but I think it helps people to see the personality. Even just within a sentence, you can see the personality of a person, how they describe themselves, or the language they use, whether their pronunciation is good and things like that. So yeah, that looks good to me. And what else? I think we are going to need a button to shortlist the candidate. So what I'm going to do is make this even longer and bring in a similar button to this. So I'm just going to copy that over to the listing and edit here. Obviously this will be smaller, and let's say 12 font size, and making it short list. Right, short list. And oh yeah, maintain aspect ratio off, and I can make it 30. I'm going to put this here, right there inside shortlist. Okay, so I think that looks pretty good. To be honest, I'm quite satisfied with this. And so that's one. And what else do we need? Let me just check my notes here. Badges. I think that's pretty much it. It gives a mother the the main information that is needed to dive deeper. If you read research about diving deeper and giving snippets of information to users, then you will see that it's always a good idea to give them a short and a little information, but just that much so that they get interested to dive deeper. So that's what we are trying to do here. You give them an information about um, a balanced amount of information so that they get curious and they want to find out more, but it's not too much so that they get satisfied and don't want to dive deeper. So that's our game plan here. So I'm going to make this a group, and just for the sake of alignment, I'm going to duplicate these with Control D or Command D on Apple, I guess, Mac. And it's a weird place. I placed it here. So 200, 260, 410. Like that. I don't like odd numbers when I'm dealing with design, as I mentioned this already. And especially when I'm using a grid, which you can see that there is a grid. So I want to have here a filtering, and that's why I'm trying to find out the perfect placement and balance for this. So it's 1 pixel. I'm keen on pixel perfection, so that's why I don't like these even pixels. And here we're going to put a filter, which is going to be maybe this wide. Around that. What I'm doing here is basically before committing to my design, I'm testing things out. And this is highly recommended. You test out things just with simple elements, you know. You don't have to right away design it perfectly. You just, you know, put elements here and it's like, yeah, this is where I'm going to put this and that. So that's what I'm doing here. So that's where I want to have my filters, and I think that's about right for right place and right width. I'm just checking the width, 270 pixels. That's good. And here, so I think I can commit to this grid, which I just created here. I think that's looking good. But I see here that the gap is not the same. I mean the gap between the items. So what I'm gonna do is I'm checking where this is placed. I'm probably going to bring here a line, and I guess that's still necessary for making the alignment. And now I'm going to select all and distribute horizontally, and there we go. That looks all right to me. And now what we can actually do is, let's see if it works. I'm just going there, clicking twice and selecting another image. So that's what I'm going to do now. Selecting some different images. We basically created a template, and then we don't have to replicate all that again and again. So that's pretty good. And That means you can delete these as well. It's much easier. So I have to bring the footer a little bit downer and make this longer. Then I would duplicate this, put it right there. I'm just checking the padding. I'd like to keep the padding as the same as the padding between the items there, and I'm going to continue just to make sure that the users look different, and it just makes a better impression on our clients if it is not just like copy and paste, or at least it looks like copy and paste, even though it is in a way. So I'm almost ready with this. Not going to do it much longer. That was the last one, and there we go. So that looks pretty awesome, I guess. I love it. And now I think this should go higher up, the whole thing. So I'm bringing this up, and like that. Is that even? No. 190. Let's do 190. 190. Right, and search results sound a little bit cliche, so I'm going to rename this. We found 230 matches. It's a little bit like dating site when you think about it. Parents are matched to child carers, so that's what I'm aiming at. So bringing in some terminology as well there, and I think the spacing looks alright there. This looks a bit empty, but I think it may be fine actually. So what I want to do here is add a label and let people know that this is where they can filter. So I will say this is a filter. Maybe I'm going to rename this. I'm just going to change things as I go. And this side, I think I don't need a border, but I probably want to have some sort of background like that. Fill color. Okay, that's good. Now, before getting into the filter, I think this is really good. The search results, and what you still need is a pagination or some sort of pagination. What I like to do is, if I don't want to work on the pagination too much, because many times it's created by the developer team, they have some templates, whatnot. I like to do just something like that, and actually they can replicate this, the developers can replicate this, which is the loading. Some people like it, some people don't. I'll just roll with it now. I don't particularly like it, but for the sake of this exercise, I think this is fine. So maybe I'm going to create a footer as well. Just let's see. Load more, and that's it. Load more, making it a bit smaller, and 50 height is fine. and we align it in the middle. If we find the middle, is this the middle? Yeah, but we want to find the middle of this right side. Yeah, so yeah, I think that's still not the middle. I think it's not going to give us the middle, but about here, that looks good. So now, next up is the filter. Okay, so what we are going to add to the filter, I'm just checking my notes, is what they are looking for. So all I'm doing is just duplicating this label and looking for, and now we're going to add some checkboxes. So let's scroll down to checkboxes. Checkbox. Let's add pick up from school. Actually, I'm going to make this long and then duplicate so it's ready for other elements. Always I'm making things easier for myself for continuing the project, so making a template of the checkbox as well. So pick up from school, temporary, part-time baby sitting, and then full-time babysitting. Okay, and I'm just checking the size. This is 14, this is 13. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, probably this should be a little bit bigger, or at least bold printed or something. Yeah, that looks better. And maybe this is just 12. I don't know. No, that is fine. That is fine. I think I actually will make it 14 to make it easier. 14. Yeah. All right, so let's align this a little bit. Looking for, and that's that part. And the next one is I'm going to add languages. I just select it all, duplicate it, and languages. Make sure I'll make it a template as well, so next time I duplicate it I don't get into issues, because it could be a longer text and then I have to adjust again and again, which I don't want to do. So language is English, Spanish, and French. And what I think I should also add here is some sort of more. So let's do that. More. And that more would be maybe aligned there, and we want to have a chevron similar to this, or exactly that. So Control C, I like to reuse things. It's I like to be efficient and work without doing things again and again. So there we go. There is more, because this could be a long list, and maybe just making this smaller. I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Well, I think for now it's fine because it looks like an item in the list, so I think that's all right. Not sure whether that's confusing or rather a good thing, but I think I'll roll with the idea that it's a good thing. So again, I'm checking 350 here, not to have an odd number, and then I'm going to make this a group, duplicate it, add here, and yeah, that's about right. So languages, and then let's say we need years of experience. No, just let's see, because that will be another different kind of form. We have availability. Yeah, let's do the availability first. So availability is gonna be here, availability, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on. We just want to make it tidy. So obviously we could list the whole thing, but I think for the purpose of just showing people as much and as little as possible at the same time, to be able to see the other options. Basically, we don't want to list all the days. And then the next one is going to be I'm not happy with this. Probably that. Going to be years of experience, or experience, just experience, and we are going to make a toggle here, or slider. Let's see if they have a slider built in. I doubt it, but it's worth checking. So anyway, we are going to need an ellipse. So I'm dragging that in, and we are going to need a box. So the box is going to be our slider, which I'm going to put here. Obviously, we're going to need a different color, let's say white. And I'm going to zoom in so that I see everything that happens here. Oh, that looks all right. Maybe actually just 5. And this one, I think I don't want to have a line border, and I want to make this about maybe 40. It's probably too much. 30. 30 looks fine. I'm also trying to find, trying to make it friendly or in line with the standards of material design. So what can be clicked and whatnot. So generally speaking, that's 48 pixels. but when it is toggles and smaller buttons, then if I remember correctly, then you can go down to 30 as well, or 32. I think it was probably 30. I'm not particularly certain about this, but let's roll with 30. And I think this would need to have a border, so otherwise it's going to look weird. And this should be on top, so I'm bringing it to front. And I guess maybe this should be a different color. How about giving it the same color? Or is it not the color that we have? Oh, that's that color. Let's add a brand color from here. Should this maybe then have that same color? That's not what I wanted. Oh yeah, that's a bit too weak, so I'm going back to this. Okay, I think that's fine. Maybe then let's try if I change the buttons and everything. It's maybe a little bit too pinkish, so within the brand guidelines I'm sure that there are some color variations, so I'm not going to make this that pink. It's going to stand out too much, and I think this is fine like this. Variation of the color, and perhaps make this the other color, which is the more the stronger. So that looks good. Again, we are not making not doing UI design here, rather a UX design. So as you can see, the elements, most of them don't have colors, only just to make it a little bit aligned with the brand colors, the buttons, the background, just making the logo and the slider. So that's about it. So experience, and then here we want to do something like years. So I just duplicated this label, and I'm going to say this is going to be 3 years. 3 years, and I'm going to make this a little bit like so. 3 years, align it to the center. So that's about right, I guess. 3 years of experience. Yeah, I think that's good. And then what I want to do is a similar one. So I'm going to make a template from this. I'll make it a group. So Control G or Command G, and this should be just a little bit higher. I'm just checking the Y proportions, and I'm selecting this, duplicating it, and bringing it down. We need another element right here, which is going to be the distance. So distance is not going to be years, but let's say 5 miles or kilometers, whatever works in your country. I'm working with miles now in the UK. So I'm just going to place this a little bit further, just so it doesn't look like the same thing templated, copied over. And that's pretty much it, I guess. I'm just going to make some final adjustments here. So looking down to the filters, I'm just making the filter fill up the length of the page, and here filter should be probably bold. I'm not sure I'm happy with this label filter. Let's call this refine search results. It could be just refine, but I think this is a bit more telling. This is 32, size 32, and this is H1, so maybe I will bring in actually an H2 or H3, probably an H3, and make this an H3. Well, actually, I just can't if I just copy like that, so refine search results, type it up again. Yeah, that looks much better. And I think that's obvious enough as well to use here. I was thinking maybe we could put here something like use the left side, but I think it's going to be obvious. It's quite neat. So we could put here on this side something else like upselling information. For instance, you may want to already say something like this is an advert. You may want to use an advert for just advertising another product, or maybe just upgrade. Or it could be something like get help with finding the right candidate, the right child carers, and that's maybe a premium feature where you pay more to the babysitter side. So I'm going with that. Need help finding the right child carer. And I'm just going to make it a little bit nicer here. So I'm using a little bit different colors. Let's use this color. Yeah, so that could lead people to the premium service that we offer, but it could be also just a blank page perhaps, or what it could be is some sort of what to look out for, or a guide. So need help finding the right child carer, and I guess this shouldn't be probably a premium feature, because that's going to just make some people go to another page, which we don't want to, because all we want to do is lead them through the funnel and make them shortlist candidates, which will trigger a registration process. So we want them to click on one of these bananas. It's not one banana here, but it's basically one banana because it's all the same. It's all the same button. So basically there's one banana here, and all they need to do is click one. Here this could be a helping banana, which could be just a guide, and I would make it a pop-up. Just a simple pop-up and maybe a short introductory video. Need help finding the right childcare. Going to be a pop-up that helps people do use the website, and maybe just give some tips how to hire people. So that's good, and I think that's pretty much it. To be honest, I could design a pagination, but I think the load more works pretty well on this site. So save it and preview it. As I said, I like to close the sidebar, look at it like that, scroll down. It's looking good to me. So you come to the page and then you want to see these and want to click shortlist, I guess, or just click on the image and view the profile. So we'll have to make a differentiation between the two clicks. So if someone clicks here, that would be a profile. If someone clicks on shortlist, that will trigger registration. Okay, so I think that's good. And what it's still missing, what I don't like, is that these tags are the same size, same style. So I'm going back to Axure and I'm going to make this bold. The two other can be fine. I think it just stands out. The name should stand out. So if I picked it up earlier, then I would have able to just duplicate the template, but it's not a big deal. So clicking in and Control B or Command B, basically just clicking twice, and it requires a slow click, and that's it. So we have a directory, another preview, close the sidebar. Looks good to me. Jane is more prominent. I mean, the name is more prominent. We could change the names here, and I think we should actually not to do this. And there's a website called Fake Name Generator, which I like to use. I need random. We could go with American, United States, and gender. Yeah, we need female, so generate names here. And I'm just going to copy it over. And let's say 30. It sounds weird. So I'm just playing with the numbers so that it's not the same. You can do this, or you can actually skip this. It's not really that big of a deal, but it just makes it look nicer, to be honest. 21. So generate some more, and that's 27. 25. And just 5 more. Let's say 20. I like to use these tools because, like Fake Name Generator, because it just helps me not to think. And when I don't have to engage my mind all the time, I can focus on designing. So obviously I could come up with these names, but then I'm like thinking like, okay, what's the next name? And then when I'm doing that, my mind tires just a little bit, and that's sometimes enough not to think clearly for the next design decision. So I like using templates and things that make me think less just as a user. I'm a user of being a user experience designer and of Axure. So let's say 28. Doesn't really matter exactly what we put there, just to make it a little bit different. And our last one is going to be 23. So there we go. And that's pretty much it. Welcome to session 4. This is where we are going to design the registration process. So basically, from the directory listing, the search result, when someone clicks on the shortlist, then they are going to go to the registration, because you can't shortlist without an account. So that's what we are going to do now. So let's go to registration page and bring in the header and the footer masters, like so. And then we are going to bring in another box, and this box is not going to have a border. So I'm just looking back and see how we designed this. And so yeah, just to try to follow the user. So I'm doing this quite often when I'm designing a page. So if I'm designing a page, I'm going back to the previous page where in the user journey that was the previous step. So I'm just trying to imagine how that makes sense. Even the design decisions I make is dependent on the user journey. So that was the previous page, and from here, if you click shortlist, what would I expect as a user to see? Basically, that's the question. So what I would like to do is bring in the data that they have used to refine the search results. So that is to make easier for them to register. So let's say someone clicked pick up from school. They want languages English and availability Monday and Wednesday. The experience would be 3 years minimum and distance maximum 5 miles. So we are going to bring these data into our registration form so that it's easier for them to register. Okay, so for that, I think I will probably bring this sidebar there so that I don't have to come back to this page again and again, and I'll just paste it here for the time being and put it on the side. And as I've done that, now I want to just have some basic details for the user, one of which would be name and email. Now I'm going to reuse some elements here, so I'm going to need these for sure for the form, and I'm going to paste this here. So I'm just trying to find my way around, and I'm then going to replace these elements where it makes sense. So let's put here a heading, and I want to inform the user that we brought some of these details over to the registration form. So I'm just trying to find the right wording. Maybe this is not the right one, so I'm just testing. In order or finish or register, actually register an account before to shortlist. Register an account to shortlist. Okay, so that tells them that in order to shortlist you need to create an account, so that communicates that. I'm not sure this is the best wording, but I'm just thinking about the best one. So when I don't know what's the best, I'm just going with what I have so far. And I also want to let them know that we pre-filled these fields. We pre-filled some fields for you. So something like that. I think that makes sense. So obviously we filled in their email address because that's what they entered on the home page here. They pre-filled their postcode as well, so let's do that. We come to the fake name generator and we just copy here an email address and paste it to, yeah, actually let's generate a new one because we just use this one for one of our babysitters, so I'm not sure about that name. Yeah, that works for me. Okay, so let's copy this one over to Axure and enter it in. And then the postcode, let's go back and check the postcode here. Do they have a postcode? I'm trying to find their postcode. Oh yeah, on the top. So let's put that in as well. And so basically they filled in these fields already, and this will be a save button. Right, it will be a save button somewhere, I don't know yet where, but for now I'm just thinking probably it will be on the top because it will be a larger form. Okay, so email, postcode, and I think the distance, they filled in the distance, 5 miles, which I think I just bring from the listing, which is actually here. So it's the experience. So the distance, I'm just going to bring the same element because the more I repeat something and I don't have to get used to it, the better it is. So repetition is actually good. If they have seen this before, they have toggled this, so they know it's them who did this. So the postcode and the distance is related field, so I put these next to each other, and then what I'm going to do is looking for, I'm just going to bring these fields in as well, actually, just like that. Looking for, like so, and looking for, and then looking for pick up from school. So that's why I'm going to put this right here. So on the right side, I think what I'm going to have is like specific to the left side kind of form fields, input fields. So looking for experience is that, and I think probably I could go with a shorter form field, because then I can bring all these closer as well, like so, and then you can see the relation more. I probably want to bring this, actually I would just want to group it first so I can move it easier, and this could be grouped as well. So group 1, group 2, moving a little bit down because they were too close. Okay, so that looks good to me. Pre-fields, some fields for you. Email, postcode, distance, looking for experience. That's good. And then we'll need to bring the footer a bit lower and making the page block as well a bit longer. And now so I'm bringing in the languages, and I think that's good. Now let's make this a group as well, and then we'll make this a group, bring it here, and now I can delete this one. So availability. So the availability here, I think it would be a good idea so that the user would be able to set it a bit more specifically, and perhaps even the languages, I'm not sure. So let's work with the availability first of all. So the availability, we want to do Monday or any day. You want to specify it a morning, afternoon, evening, and I'm just checking my note if there's anything else. Yeah, so okay, so availability, I want to add, as I said, the time of the day, and the way we could do this is just a checkbox really, but in order to not to use the checkbox again and make the design a little bit different, because otherwise it would be just like a bit weird, I guess it would look weird. So I would say these are like tags, morning, and I will want to make this a smaller font size as well, and corner radius 5, adding a softer border and adding a soft color. So I'm just thinking I may change this, but I'm thinking about this structure right now. So Monday, morning, morning, afternoon, and evening. And perhaps we could even add overnight. So, and I'm thinking maybe we duplicate this and put it next to Wednesday. So it only appears where there's a tick box. So if there's a tick box there, then it appears. Now, question is, do we align this? Do we make this close to the checkbox, or do we align these here? I think aligning it like this makes more sense. And we want to show to designers, developers as well, how that there is a selected state as well. So let's make a selected state. Perhaps that would be the selected state, and the unselected state would be something else. Let's see. Unselected state would be maybe even without a border. How does it look like? So if you don't have border at all, and we have a white background, then would I think that this is related to that? I think so. So I think that's good. It's a good idea. And so I'm going with it. So that's a selection. Morning and afternoon is selected. And here I'm going to do the opposite. This one is not selected. And this one is, oops, this one is not selected either. And this should have a border. Okay, so in this way I see that Monday morning and afternoon and Wednesday evening and overnight is selected for this person. Now obviously this is not pre-selected from the listing page, but I just want to show you the designers and the client that there's a selected and not selected state. So this is going to be all unselected when someone clicks on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because on the listing page I don't want to complicate it. I don't want to complicate the filters that I want evening, morning, and so on. It's just going to be too complicated. So that's why I just bring it here, and then the availability is done. Location is done. I'm just having a check. Location, name, looking for languages, times, just did it, distance, and now we have something else. We want to add a description as well to the profile. So a description about themselves, and I'm thinking about something here. I want to add a profile photo as well, and it's usually on the top. I'm thinking whether to put it at the bottom, but no, I think it's a good idea to start with a photo, because this makes it more personal to people. So once they upload their photo, then they are more likely to fill out all the details because it's already their profile. So it's about ownership psychology. That's why I will move this down just a little bit. like so, and add here a box that says, it doesn't say anything, but it will be a rectangle. Add profile photo. Add profile photo. I will make this a little bit lighter here, like so. So then once people add a profile photo, and I will specify drag and drop, then it is their profile and they're more likely to fill it in and not leave the form unfilled, which is what we want. We don't want people to leave this and just fill it in halfway and not to do the rest. And we don't want to make the form too long, so I'm thinking whether to break this up into different steps, but I think it may work actually as a one as one page, but maybe it's actually too long. So we need a description as well. We are going to bring in a description form field, which is going to be a text area. Don't know yet where that is going to go. Let's say I'm just putting it here for now. So description, do next to the photo. I have no problem with that. I'm trying to keep here the line. That's the max. Aligning right, 680. So profile, and then you fill in your description. Write a brief intro. Or my brief intro, actually. I don't like to give instructions, rather it's like they feel with this is theirs, so it's my brief intro. Okay, so I would want to add padding, but I can't. That's alright. So my brief intro, something like that, and then the name, the email address, the postcode. I would add here the name as well. So let's move this a little bit further down the line and add name, which is going to be, oh, this is not yet grouped. It's going to be higher up. And this will be with a hint. This will be name. Name here. 1, 2, space. Okay, so this is not filled in, this is filled in, this is filled in. So people understand that they have to fill that out. I think that's pretty good so far. And register an account to shortlist. Yeah, so that's good. Then we have the looking for languages, availability. So yeah, that's all right as well. So I'm crossing over on my list the photo. We have the photo description. We need to have an age. People want to know their ages. So we will ask for date of birth as well. Date of birth. Date of birth, and you would want to add here a notice, something like won't be shown only your age, or only your age will be shown. Only your age will be shown. Date of birth, only your age will be shown. So people know that they add their date of birth and only their age will be shown. Something like that. So that's pretty good so far. Now here, the distance actually on the listings page, the distance made sense. Like, yeah, I have my postcode and the distance for these people, which are babysitters, the distance from my destination, that's what I'm looking for. But if I'm on a registration page, what does distance make sense? Okay, so we here will probably need to specify the label distance of child carer. Distance of child carer. Yeah, that's good. So this is about me, and looking for is mainly about what they are looking for in the child carer. Availability. Some thinking, looking for well, even though this is related, maybe we should actually put it into another step. It's getting a bit too long, and people may drop off. So let's make another step here. Duplicate page, but so registration 2, registration 1, and I'm just showing the process, how I'm also thinking. This is how you can replicate and work on your projects. So that's why I'm not like having everything lined up, and just do the work. It's about UX is really about the thinking, and I'm also showing how to use the software, obviously, but the thinking is what matters really, because you can use other software as well. So registration step 2. So in registration 1, I will delete these, and just make it really simple, like so. I think there would be necessary a little bit more blank space there, and I'll bring this here, and instead of save, continue. It's not like lots of steps, so probably not going to name the steps, like number the steps. Just continue registration. That's already going to create their account, by the way, so that's good. And I'm going to go to registration number 2, And again, we pre-filled some fields for you. That's good. And register an account to shortlist. That's also probably good. But what I want to do here is make sure that they understand that this is about the child carers or their requirements. So I would say my requirements, and I'll just remove this because now they can order the shortlist. Once they go through the first step, they can shortlist. And now my requirements, we pre-filled some fields for you. I remove this because I had that data, and I'm going to move this away. Name, email, these are gone. Distance of childcare, that's going to go up here, and I want to see registration 1. What was the Y? Field 210. So I'm going to put this 210. I like consistency. Distance of childcare, and I'm thinking it would be great if the photo which they have uploaded, because it's a requirement, that would be somewhere here. That would be great. We will need to create a new top bar header. So I think let's do that. So header duplicate master header logged in. So let's edit that, logged in. And what we want to do is move this a little bit further. This will be log out, and log out could be actually underneath the image, but let's see. So it will be from, let's say, 25 to 40. Let's see what we've got. So we are going to download a mother image shortly. Which one? Which one? I'd say this one. Okay, so downloaded, and now we want to bring this into Axure. That's the mother image. We will make this 30 pixels, and perhaps the logout will go because they're going to use the standard, so that once people click on it, then there will be a menu, a navigation menu, and then they can choose to log out. 30 will be too little, I guess. 40 perhaps. 40, that looks good. That looks good to me. Move this back a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah, how about that? I think that works. So header logged in, and we're going to remove this header master and use the header logged in version of it. And now we are doing the requirements section. So distance of childcare, and looking for experience. We can put it next to it or underneath it. I think underneath it is fine. We are going to use now the the filter section logic which was in the listing just under each other. Well, I'm going to see how it goes. Languages, so just put that higher up. Availability, I think it makes sense to keep this there next to each other, so I'm just going to bring that up. And let's see what we need. Age is done. Requirements, yes. So that's good. What else do we need here? Distance of childcare, looking for experience, languages, availability. So basically what we want is they click shortlist, registration, many fields are pre-filled for them, I mean 2 at least, and then it's easier for them to click continue. Let's make this just 50 actually. 50. So we go then to registration 2, and then I would actually say continue again with 50 height, and then I think we'll need a third one. So duplicate page third. I'm making this up as I go, so that's why I'm thinking about all this, but I wanted to do this in this way so that you get the hang of my thinking as well, because that's all UX about, thinking. So in this step we have nothing filled in, and this is where I want them to fill in some details about their kids. So my kids, or yeah, kids to look after, or babies, my children to look after. So we can delete all this, not the continue button, we will need that. And what we will do is going back to registration 1, bring this in and this, and probably these fields, because we want to show we want to give the ability to the mother to add the child photo, introduction about the photo, and the date of birth, which is going to calculate the age for the child carers, because some child carers don't do certain ages. So we're going to bring these over to registration 3. So there we go. Let's bring that up a little bit. Date of birth, like so. And my children to look after. So that's one child, and that could be more, right? So we'll need to add a functionality to do that. And I'm thinking about just adding a simple button, but I would also want to make sure that there is some sort of title here. So my children to look after, and this is H1, so I'm going to use H2, child 1, and I'm going back to here. This was 158. Actually, I would want to bring it to an even number, 160, and we will bring this to 160 as well for consistency. And this was 210, so we'll bring this up to 210. Consistency is important for UX design. So child 1, and let's duplicate this and make it smaller. I'll actually go back to the listing and bring the shortlist button. It looks like a secondary button to me, to here, and I could add it here. Let's say add child, add child, or we could have it here, child 1, add child. I think it works better when it is under the form, to be honest. Let's see. Add the child. So I'm thinking, what would I be thinking if I was hiring for a child carer? So I can add my child here, child 1, and I have 2 children. I want to add another child. Do I want to see this here? Add child. No, because then to me it basically communicates that I'm adding this one child. That's what I'm adding to my basket or whatever. But I want to communicate that that is already added to the process, to my profile, and all I'm doing is add child, add more children. And for that reason, I guess I would also reword it, because it could really mean to people I'm adding this child to my profile. Add children. Add children. Or add more children. It's even better. It's a bit longer, but it's clearer. So child 1, and then add more children. We'll duplicate this form, and they can fill out those details and continue button, and then there will be their profile filled in. So I think I just forgot to add one important bit here, which is the password. So let's add this here in step 1. We'll make this longer, and I will duplicate this and here add password, and we will make this again password again to make sure they entered it correctly. And yeah, I think that works. So I'll bring this down a little bit. It's like so. There we go. Okay, so now let's have a preview of this. Registration number 1. That looks good, and once they continue, then account is created. Registration 2. That looks alright to me. This is probably a little bit high, too close. So I'm going to do something about that. My children to look after. That's good. Already here we see the profile. So I will just move everything a little bit downer. So let's go to registration 2 because this is where the problem is quite obvious. And let's move down to 250. I think 250 works all right. Yeah, 250 works. Let's move then this one as well a little bit downer, so we have to shuffle everything around a little bit. Let's move this to 250, like so. And then this one to 50. Whereas in this instance, I would need to move this as well a little bit closer because this is related to that. So then probably I would, yeah, I would, we pre-filled some fields for you. I think this is just an information that was presented to me, but this one should be rather this text, I guess. I'm just thinking, I'm not sure. Child 1, maybe that's too small. I think it's too small, so I'll leave it with that. But anyway, the point is then that will be one block and that should be 250, I guess. 250, was it 250? 250, yeah. And here, okay, so what I'm going to do is I like to make it consistent. I'm not saying that we filled in some things for you, but I'm going to say something else like add children to look after. Just like or something like this will be part of your profile. And then this one would be heading 3 instead. So this is not heading 2. Move it closer to the image and 250. That looks much better. So let's have a look again. We just need to refresh and see where we are at. Password, everything is there. Registration, step 2. That looks good to me. Registration, step 3. That looks good to me. Actually, this is not registration, it's building profile, but for the sake of this exercise, I think this is good enough. So I think I'm pretty happy with this. I should have looked at this without a sidebar, but I think that's good enough. And yeah, let's move on. Welcome to session 5. In this session, we are going to look at the dashboard. So let's rename this to dashboard. And what we want to do here is making a messaging platform and a shortlisting feature. So let's get started. We are going to use the master header logged in, bring it in. Again, we're not at the very end of the screen. We are bringing in the footer at 800 pixels about. That's about right. And then it's always a good idea to save it because Axure doesn't auto save as far as I'm aware. And then we bring in a block. Again, no borders. Make it the width. So now we have a blank template here that we can work with. So first, we are going to look at the shortlisting feature. And I just want to find out how am I going to do this. I want to have a shortlisting feature where I can see my candidates, and I want to see a messaging feature. So I'm thinking how to do this. Maybe I'll have two tabs, and then one is messaging, what is shortlisting, and then there will be here the content. I don't know. Or there would be the shortlisted candidates, and if I click on any of them, then the messages, let's say, appear on the right side. I think that's the idea I'm going to go with. I like that idea. So it's going to be all in one. That's what I like. Simplification is always the best. So what we are going to do is going to the listing page, and from here we are going to bring in some candidates and paste them in here. Now we are going to put a heading here and name this my candidates. So maybe it's not going to be the dashboard because it's not like I have a dashboard really. Once I click here, there I would see the edit profile, or if I click on my profile, then I would see my profile and edit it, something like that. And edit profile, account details would be here as well. So that would be my candidates. Let's rename this my candidates. Okay, so these are already shortlisted because they are here, right? That was the shortlisting about. Or is it? I'm just thinking this through. If I am here and I go to their profile and I want to message them, I shouldn't be able to message them without shortlisting them. So I want to shortlist. Yeah, I think that makes sense. At least it makes sense to me. So shortlist, and then I will change this to remove. So once it is here, we can remove. I copy the text, change it over here, not like that. So remove. And what I want to do is add tags. I want to add tags hired, interviewed, invited, and applicant. So I am going to, how is it going to be? Like anyone can contact anyone? Can the parent contact the candidates? Yes, I think that makes sense. Can the candidates contact the parents? I think that makes sense as well. So I think I'm going to do something here. My candidates, I will name this shortlist. My shortlist. And I will make another part of this dashboard. So it's maybe still a dashboard. After all, I'm going to bring in 2 more people who are going to basically waiting for me. So they applied, they contact me directly, basically. And so therefore I can shortlist them and move them up. And this is going to be how to do this. How to do this. So so anyway, I'm still thinking this through. So I will just move this down like so and add here another title, and this will be waiting, awaiting. So these are new people who are awaiting. I'm just thinking whether I should move it up here and move the shortlist down. But from the user's perspective, from a parent's perspective, I'm a parent now. I want to hire childcarers. Do I want to see my shortlist first or my awaiting people who want to get in to my shortlist? If I move it, up, then I will for sure be able to see them. Yeah, I think I'm going to move. I will try. So it's always a good idea to try things out and see how they work. Maybe it doesn't work. Let's see. Awaiting. Move this up. And then my shortlist. Let's say I move it like that. 1,419. Yeah, it makes sense. I shortlist it and then I go and see this. But if I will be on my phone, then maybe I will not see my shortlist. That's the question. And the other way around, I will not see. Yeah, I will not do it this way. What I'm going to do is move this back up. I have an idea. And I'm going to have here a notification item. Bring here an ellipse and make it about 50 pixel. And I will say something like 2, just the number 2. I think this is going to be too large. 30 should be enough. This is just a notification, my shortlist. And here I'm notified that, did I add the color? Nope. So here I'm notified that I have new interests. 2 awaiting. 2 awaiting. So then I know this is awaiting, and if I click here, then it's going to show me those who are awaiting, right? I think that makes sense. I wouldn't make it 2 tabs because that wouldn't make these 2 things very different. They would look the same, and my shortlist should be really the priority for me to look at. This is awaiting. If I want to, I will have a look. If I don't, I will just be happy with my shortlist. So I'm going to just group these 2 together, and what I want to do is I'm going to create a dynamic panel, I guess, for this. So if I click on this, then I'm going to see the people who are awaiting. Yeah, so I'm just thinking because I'm going to create another dynamic panel probably where there's a messaging. So first things first, I'm just writing this down. So dynamic panel for waiting, message icon. I have to use a message icon as well. And once I do that, then I guess it will be a different page. I would make it a different page. Okay, so if I do this, then I'm going to make this a dynamic panel, and yeah, so I select all of this, make it a dynamic panel like so, click on it twice and name it shortlist. So it'll be the shortlist module. Click on it again. State 1 will be the shortlist, and duplicate it, and this will be awaiting. So shortlist, let's click on it twice, and the shortlist will be here. And what I want to do is these should be clickable. So if I click on my shortlist, then I will add a case, set panel state, shortlist, and my shortlist, yeah. So okay, and if I click on this, awaiting, then add case, set panel state, shortlist, awaiting, like that. And now what I have to do is go back click on this again and do the same with awaiting. So I add a case, set panel state, shortlist, shortlist. Okay, and this one, add a case, set panel state, shortlist, awaiting, and that's good. And now in this awaiting list, there will be different candidates from the listing page, these two. So I'm going to bring them up to right here. So the dashboard, let's see, this is at 60 pixel and this is at 6 pixels, so it's good. So shortlisting, and yeah, let's see if it works. So preview it, and let's click on awaiting my shortlist, awaiting my shortlist. So that works. So here I basically can click on shortlist, shortlist, and it will bring it into my shortlist. So now as I have added this, what I want to do is add a messaging functionality here. So that will be within the shortlist because they are the ones who can actually message me. So what I'm gonna do is add here an icon. So first of all, I want to ungroup this and make this longer, and I'm not sure where this will be, but I'm just testing the waters. So I will just find a message icon. So that looks good to me, or even this one, because that shows that something is going on. I would like to perhaps two different icons. Let's see if they have the same icon in a different format. So the message and no, it doesn't look like it. I'm looking for something specific here. So just trying to find my way around this. So basically I can get a message from them, or I can just look at the messages which we have already had. So that's why I'm looking for two different icons. One would be the fill icon, one would be the one that shows me that there is something going on, and the other one is nothing is going on basically. So the three dot could represent that for me, or that there's no, this would mean to me that there is something going on. So I have a response. Yeah, so that's that. And otherwise, I'm going back and maybe um, downloading something like that, just the messages. Let's see. So I'll bring both in here, and making it 50 for now. For now, anyway. So I'll make this 30. It's too big. So that person messaged me. Oops. On group. I could use the combination as well, but I'm not always clear about the combination on Mac, and it was just recently that I switched from Windows. So that's why I'm not always using the combinations, but it's fine to use the keyboard shortcut as well. It's quick enough for me that way as well at this point. So, and now we will need to move these ones down there. I'm not sure exactly where, but for now that works fine for me. That would be the person who didn't send me a new message, but there are some messages. That would it. This is what I have in mind at this point. And here I also want to add not like that. I want to add how many messages. So I'm going to copy this over here, and I'm going to yeah, I think it's good to make it large, but the color should be a bit darker because of the background here. Yeah, I think it should be actually smaller, and just because of the icon next to it. The icon should be first, and this is hierarchy. On the hierarchy structure is lower, so that's why I'm putting it there. So like this, I know 2 more new messages, and this one there's no more messages right now. Okay, so let's move this over here. This one didn't message, let's say, and these ones didn't message either. So I have these candidates who messaged, and this is a hot lead because she just messaged back. So I'm making the remove button, placing the remove button higher, like so. And that's pretty much it. So I just move these buttons a little bit higher, and then I can actually select these and resize them like that. So that looks good to me. In UI design, obviously I would make it probably like the color shouldn't be black and things like that. It should be just the border and not a filled icon. But for now, this works just fine, I guess. And what I want to do is if I click on this or these icons, then there will be a messaging going on, and the messaging is going to remove all these candidates and put the messaging here, right here. So that means I need to create a new dynamic panel from the shortlist right here, message, and the messaging, and this will be this is where we remove these candidates, and then we are going to put here the messages. Now if we go back, I think we should make this dynamic panel bigger like that. I don't need this. 1170. So dynamic panel like that, and it's probably going to be higher as well. And now if we click on messaging again, this is where we can work on the messaging. So let's do that. So what I want to do is go back to my personas and use this template and bring it over to here. Now this is going to be white. This is just how it looks like on on Axure. So this is pointing there, and what I want to do is put no, I think that's fine. So just like that. And then what I'm going to do is duplicate this, but it just really doesn't look good enough for me, so I'm going to create a new speech bubble, which I didn't want actually, but there we go. So I rotate holding down the command or control keys, and that will be probably, I would just make 30 30 30 and bring in another one just like that, another box. This is 60, so let's make it 60. And just move it a little bit like that, but this time I'm going to move this over here. And now styling it corner radius 5. So let's select both of these objects, transform shape and unite. Weirdly enough, this is now showing a different shape than we had before. It shows this rectangle. So anyway, for this exercise it's all going to be fine. And let's make the background of this our brand background. Let's copy some text over, enter it. Oops. Oh, that's interesting. So we're going to do this the same way I did the other one. It's not going to work like that. So let's make a custom transform shape, convert to custom shape, and let's do this again. Sometimes it's weird. Convert to custom shape, and I'm going to do something like that, like a triangle basically. The main point is there's a pointy edge to the right, and I think that's good enough. Let's move this over here and a bit more, like so, and let's unite. There we go, now it works. So it has to be a transformed shape. It cannot be a rotated rectangle. So anyway, let's copy this over, and we had here some padding as well, I believe 20, 10. So 20, 10, 20, 10, and add the background like the previous ones. So now I'm responding, I'm a parent, and now I just received a new message, and I would like to add here a text area where I can type and send a new message. So I want to make this short and sweet, small and sweet basically, and going to add a button from a registration 3, yeah, registration 3 page, just a small button. No, it should be a big button because it's actually the main item here, main item, because we have another one, another small banana here, but the big banana that we should find is this one, which is sand. So sand, and I'm probably going to make this wide. 50 is fine. Yeah, so now if this is going to be larger and larger, then I need to have a scrolling mechanism here, and I'm actually going to move this a little bit lower. So this is going to be where let's probably add one more. This is where I'm going to respond. So like that. So that means I will need to add here a scrolling mechanism, which is not a big deal. Let's bring here a box, make this small like so, and just like that. and then we are going to go to corner radius, add 5 corner radius to this, and we have basically a slider up and down, and now we are just at the bottom of the messaging, and we'll make this, let's zoom in and make this smaller, just like so. Like so. So what we want to do is go back to not the persona but to the dashboard and go to shortlist, and let's click on these items. Let's group this actually, so it's grouped, and if I click on it, go to properties, add case, set panel, shortlist, messaging. That will be just an idea. So obviously if I click that, there should be this person and that messaging, but when I design stuff I don't do that. It's just enough one to show one example. So obviously that would go that as there as well. So what I usually do is add the same panel state, and obviously the person is not going to change there, but let's just add to the time, so we are not going to do that. So now, as I've done that, let's see if it works. If we preview this, so I click on the messaging, there we have our messaging, and I see already some issues here. One is the scrolling mechanism should be a little bit upper and should be aligned with the message, and the send button is not there, so let's fix that. So obviously that should be like that, and here this blue stripe shows us that's where the cutoff point is for the panel. Means we will just make it a bit bigger and go back and see. Yeah, that should work. So I think that's good enough. Maybe just a little smaller, like so. That should work. And let's refresh this. I have to click on this again. There we go. So this is our messaging, and then if I want to go back to my shortlist, then it should go back to the shortlist, but it didn't. So click on awaiting my shortlist, and then if I click on this, if I go back to shortlist, why doesn't it go back to shortlist? So let's see what's the problem. These are the things we have to go through once we design. It should be rather us who test our design and prototype first, then the client. So my shortlist, yeah, this shouldn't set to messaging. It should set to shortlist. That was the problem. Save. Let's see it again. So it's important to click everything that you make it interactive to test it. Click this, my shortlist, go back, awaiting, my shortlist, and that's it. So that's great. So now we have a working shortlist and a waiting list. From here we can shortlist people and bring it to our shortlist, and from here we can remove them altogether, check our messaging with people, scroll up and down, send a new message, So that's great so far. So what I also want to do is add a way to see who is already hired by me. And the way I do that is I will add an icon. So I'll just go to noun project. I'll just say hired. I'm not sure if I will find anything, but let's see if there is anything useful here. Maybe that icon that looks like business and the checkbox looks like that person's hired. So, and this looks like an interview. So maybe those icons will be useful for us. Or even actually this one. Like that. Let's download this. And download this one as well. And then bring this into Axure. I will bring this one first and see how that works. So 30, and I will want to perhaps bring it in the image like that, so I know that this person is hired. This person is interviewing because they are already talking to me. This person I shortlisted, they haven't reacted to my shortlist request, so I'm not putting there anything, but here I'm going to put an interviewing icon right there. So that will be just like that. Interviewing, obviously there should be a white background or white shadow or something, and that's what I would do on Sketch. But let's see if there's anything we can do here. So nothing like that. So in the meantime, what shall I do? Probably I will just move this here actually, because that's where I have some more space and it's a meaningful space. This is where I'm shown that, yeah, what's going on with that person. So this is interviewing, this is hired, and I guess when you see this icon, then it already tells you that that person is interviewing. So I would say we don't need this. This extra icon is going to tell our parent users that this person is hired. Probably need to sign a contract or at least say hire or something like that, and that we know that this person is hired. So let's preview this and see if it makes sense. Let's hide the sidebar. So we can see our candidates here. We know who is interviewing, who has messages, who is hired, who has new messages. You can click on the messages, write and send a new message, see our shortlisted candidates, see who is awaiting, we can shortlist them. So the only thing that is left is to add an editing functionality to the profile. So we are going to add hover effect here. So we go to properties and on mouse enter. On mouse enter. Well, first of all, we will have to create the menu. Let's say this is going to be our menu, and I think let's name this Dropdown. So on mouse enter, show drop down, and here we are going to just edit this a little bit, bring over navigation item, and this would be dashboard. Obviously we'll have to make this a little bit wider. So dashboard, profile, and I think log out will be the last one, and then we're just making this shorter, and that's pretty much it. It's a simple one. I group it, Control G, Command G, and on mouse enter. Now on mouse out would be the next one. So on mouse out would be hide this widget, not this widget. Yeah, I think I'm not going to use that, but there's a workaround which I like to use, because the on mouse out function is a little bit it cannot be really trusted that much here, at least. So I'm going to say on mouse enter, hide, and yeah, so I'll have to make this dynamic panel first. So I'm making it a dynamic panel. I think it will be much easier to deal with this. So on mouse enter, show, and I will say drop down dynamic panel. And this one, basically what I'm going to do is put a rectangle under the photograph. So I put the photograph on front and make it go over and above this rectangle, and this will be on mouse enter, hide the drop down widget, and we are also going to make this hidden, set hidden. Okay, so let's see how that works, if it works at all. So dashboard, yeah, that works about good, just we have to bring it forward. That's the thing I missed. So on mouse enter, show drop down, and bring to front. Let's see if that does it. Yeah, so that does it. And once we remove our mouse from the picture, then we don't have the drop down, it disappears. And we shouldn't have underneath, so that we can go downer. So let's just do that. So basically the rectangle should be just like that, so that when we go down, then it doesn't disappear. And now we edit our drop down just to be able to edit the profile, and what I'm going to do is just to link this page to registration 1, and I guess that's pretty much it. Let's see. So hover over, go down profile, and there we go, we can edit our profile now. So yeah, that's pretty much wraps up this video. See you on the next one. Welcome to session 6. In this session we are going to make an e-commerce feature on this website. We will add payment and plans. So I think we would need to add on the navbar pricing item. So I'm going to move this a little bit further, duplicate it with Ctrl D, and rename this to pricing. So let's move back in here. So features, pricing, about contact, and this is our drop down. So we have now an item for pricing, but this should be also on the not logged in header. So I'm just going to delete this and add here the new version, save it. So once we click on that, we should see pricing. Okay, so pricing, let's make a new page called pricing, and let's get started. So let's bring in the header and the footer, and then a box for our main content, and we don't need the border, right? That's what we do here on this website. And I'm going to bring in an h1 tag and say this is pricing. So for the pricing, we are going to have 3 plans, and I'm going to represent them by ellipses. Let's see if 200 pixel ellipse is going to be good enough for me. So I probably need a little bit bigger than that, so maybe 300. Yeah, 300 looks right, but let's see. Yeah, so three plans, and I'm going to delete these. I just put these there to measure and see the layout. And now I'm going to make a template and then going to duplicate it. So this would be the free one, and so let's make the size of this font maybe 50 pixel, and let's add some color to it, and probably a bit lighter line width. So this is the free version, so we're going to duplicate it. This should be in the middle, and this should be on the right side. So this would be 19 pounds per month, and this would be 39 per month. So something like that. And we need a bit more space here, so let's bring in an h2, which will be the name of it. So free, this will be again free basically, and let's put it in the middle. Free, and this would be gold, and this would be platinum. And now all we need is a list of items, and for that we perhaps could use heading 3. So heading 3 would be feature 1, feature 2, feature 3, and this could be regular, not bold. So I'm just going to center it, and duplicate this and put it here. And this would have obviously a bit more features, so feature 4, and this one would have feature 4 and feature 5. So now what I would like to do is having some kind of selection for this, so we need to be able to select. And before that, this pricing looks a bit out of line, so I would put this in the middle. So what I do is extend the width of it and make it center. That looks much better. And now people can look at the pricing structure, and I will bring in from the home page this button and go back to pricing and just write something like select. So once people select any of the options, then there would be a page where they can pay, which we are going to design as well. So select, and that looks much better. So that looks actually quite cool. I like it. Now what we want to also do is to figure out at what point this pricing page would come up if we are logged in, right? Because we want to make make it possible for people to upgrade their account. I'm just seeing an alignment issue here. Yeah. So at what point we are going to do that? So let's say this is a free account. So if I want to message someone, then maybe I would be prompted. Well, actually, we already designed how it looks like when I see the messaging. So what I'm going to do is link the send button when we want to send a message. So let's say, or typing, that should be better because I don't want people to type up something for an hour and then get to know that they have to upgrade. So let's go into messaging, and here on focus, I think that may do it. On focus, I'll have to test this. Open link and open pricing. So let's see if that works. So I click on this, click on it, and then I'm going to pricing. So that's great. Once I want to write a message, once I want to respond. So that's going to be our funnel. Want to message, want to respond, and then goes to pricing. So next up, what we want to do is add the form where you can add your credit card and so on. So let's go back to pricing page. I'm just going to quickly duplicate this page, not the branch. I wanted just the page, but it's fine enough, good enough. And payment will be the name, and this is going to be payment. And I'm going to delete this one. And for this exercise, I'm going to use the gold. So I like to be consistent. So what I'm thinking, there's this device we used, which is having candidates in our inbox, and then once we message one, then that goes left and all the other goes away. So that's what I'm going to replicate here, and I'm checking the Y proportion 180, and I'm putting it right here. So this is what we selected, and let's say I will name this. Actually, I don't need to name it anyhow else, but I would like to make it possible for people to go back. So let's go to registration 3 and take this button as a secondary button and place it here, because obviously this is going to be our secondary action item, not the first. So back to pricing plans. So that's great, and here this will be the subscribe, sign up, and sign up, um, and pay. Sign up and pay. This will be under the form. Now we need a form, and we're going to recycle once again. It's what we like to do. So I'll just copy this form field and place it right here. This will be name on card. Let me check. I want to see the spacing that I did here, and I want to replicate that. So it's a bit more like that. So name on card, card number, and then expiry date, expiry month, duplicate it, so it'll be expiry year, and the CVC. So $90. I think it could be maybe even 100. 100. Yeah. Distribute evenly, horizontally. And name on card, card number, expiry, CVC, and then we will have the sign up and pay right here. Make the button a little bit bigger. And I think that's pretty good. Now, what I want to do is help the conversion with a quote. So I will go back to homepage, grab this, go back to payment, and place this somewhere. I'll have to figure out where exactly. So it would be quite nice if it was here. So maybe I will just make the text a little bit like so. Yeah, I think that works pretty good. And obviously would want to have a different picture, so let's go find one. User UI faces, and let's search from random users 30 to 50 and female. So this was her, and let's bring in one more. We almost used all of this already. And let's see, pixels. It looks a bit weird, but it looks alright. This one. Okay, so download it. Unfortunately, this is not square. So what I want to do is just open with, let's just fetching. Want to open it and make it square. So yeah, there we go. So let's use Sketch, and here's the deal. 233, 233, and it's about right. Apply. Yeah, so you don't need this no more. This is good enough for us. So let's bring that in. Actually, I will rather do this way. Replace it. So yeah, so that it is a little bit different than that, and we could change the text as well. Babysitter site is just awesome. I found my perfect babysitter for my son. So that's it. And that helps people with the conversion. I mean, it helps the business with the conversion. It helps people to sign up. Obviously, these things are, it should be truthful. So I'm not recommending anything dodgy here. What I'm trying to suggest is that if the business is working fine and there are people who are genuinely fan of the service and they genuinely like it, then these things can be a good social proof when people sign up. So we have a social proof on the right side. We have an enforcement of what they are signing up for. They are clear that what they are paying, what are the features, and here is the payment. So I think that works pretty well. So I think I'm fine with this. So what I also want to do is add some more fields here, because most payment providers need that. So we'll probably need the address. I'm duplicating these forms, and I will probably shuffle this around. So address line 1, address line 2. Actually, you know what? I think most of the time postcode is enough. Postcode, zip code, postcode. Usually that is enough for verification, because that's what they are checking against. So the shorter the form, the better. And then what I think we should also add here is a promo code. People have a promo code. And yeah, that actually looks good. And what I also want to do here is add a note that it is a secure payment. secure payment. Let's go to the internet browser and search for secure icon. It's important that, of course, it is secure. Shouldn't be a lie. So I think I'm going to go with this. And let's drag it here. 30, maybe or less. I think 20 should be good. 20. We just line it up with the button. I'll make this, I'll actually zoom in a little bit. It's interesting that every kind of application and system has a different zoom, whether one is zoom in with scrolling forward, one is zooming in scrolling towards you, and sometimes it's difficult to remember which one is which one. Secure payment. I'm going to group it and perhaps put it into the middle underneath the button, just like that. That doesn't look like the middle. That's better. Let's go back to 100%. Let's see how that looks. I think that looks great. So let's save this. What I also want to do is go back to my masters and the header logged in. This should be header logged in free, and I want to put here a button to advertise upgrade, and the upgrade is going to link to pricing as well, which I am going to do just a little bit later. So upgrade, this should be perhaps a little bit different, just like so, or maybe even like the button should have a background like that. And I think it's enough. Oh, this should be toggled off. Upgrade. I'll try to put it around the middle. Upgrade. So, and just to be consistent, the button should have a corner radius of 5. Okay, so that's much better. And I think I should probably align this to here instead, because it's like related to this side. It could be related to this one as well, but I think this is fine. Upgrade. Okay, so this is the free version, and let's make another one, duplicate it, and that will be the upgraded, and on this one we're going to remove that. So logged in free, and let's see where we are in the registration form. Registration 2, yeah, that's already good. Dashboard, there's an upgrade button. Pricing, payment, and what I also want to do is add the possibility to save some money on yearly pricing. So here we're going to work on this a little bit. I want to close some of this because it's getting 2-minute tabs over here, which bothers me. So I will make this smaller. Let's say even the half of it. Make the font size smaller as well. Duplicate it, and I will say 19 times 10. So just paying 10 months instead of 12, it's going to be 190. 190 per year. And I will also add that extra information. So I will just add a label. Two months 3. And that's good. So now we'll have to move this back up. Maybe just over here. And let's see if that makes sense. Now we'll need to be able to select. So let's make a selection here. And we are going to do it with dynamic panel. And for that, I will make this a group. I'll also group this, so it's easier to navigate. Right click, convert to dynamic panel, and let's dive in. Double click, pricing, and state one would be the monthly. And if it well, let's go into that first and just make the styling. So the pre-selection would be this one, and I will want to give this an extra thick border like so, and maybe the line should be a bit like that. Probably the fill should be also just a little bit, maybe even like, let's have a color, let's have our brand color. I think that works quite well, but let's see on the white background. Yeah, I think that works fine. So that's the selection. So let's go back to monthly and duplicate it. This will be the yearly. So go to the monthly and we go to properties. On click should be set panel state to pricing monthly. This one on click should set panel state to pricing yearly. And we do the same for the yearly. Set panel state pricing monthly, and set panel state pricing yearly. So I think that's great. Now let's save it and let's preview it to make sure it looks right and works fine. So First of all, let's go to pricing, and pricing looks alright, I think. Select, 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 feature list. I think that's good enough. Payment. Let's click on this. Oh, that doesn't work. Yeah, we have to swap um, the selected state. So let's go back. That's why we always test before delivering or showing anything to the client. So the yearly should be this color, thickest. Well, this one doesn't need to have any. So thickest, and here this was 8.6. I'll just copy that over to this one and paste it over here. And this one is going to go back to, hopefully I'm right with this, and this line, which should be just like that. I think I'll have to go back and see from the monthly. So this was BC. Okay, so let's go back, and it was the line color we were talking about. Line color should be this, and that is that. So if we switch, then we should see those two different options. And if we save, go back and refresh, let's see if that works. So that works great, and I think I'm happy with this. Name on the card, card number, expiry month, expiry year, CVC. Here's our social proof, postcode, promo code, sign up and pay. I think that's pretty straightforward and clean, so I'm happy with this, and let's go to the next one. Welcome to session 7 and 8. I'm going to merge these two sessions because linking the pages shouldn't take too long, and it's much easier to do the viewports when the pages are linked already. So let's get started with this. So first of all, I will go to the masters and I will link the header. We don't have features page. Pricing page should be linked to create a link to pricing. We don't have about and contact page right now, and we don't have a login page either. So that's pretty much it. Perhaps just to link this page to the home, and that's it. So now we go to header logged in free. Again, we link this page to the home. This page probably should be linked to the dashboard. So like that, linked that. So pricing is the pricing page, and the upgrade would be again linking to the pricing page. Let's go to the upgraded, home, pricing to pricing, and the picture to the dashboard, and the footer is fine as it is. So kind of linked almost everything. So let's see if we have anything else. If I go to home, yeah, find child carers should link to the listing, and let's go to the listing then. this will be a pop-up, and a shortlist would go to registration 1. So I'm just quickly linking these. And I'm almost done, it won't take long. You can do these things alongside me. Just copy what I'm doing. Okay, so I just did that. You're not going to design everything for this practice, because that would take too much time, but just the basics. So I mean the main frame of the website. And then we go to registration 1, and registration 1 continue should link to registration 2. Registration 2 continue should link to registration 3, and registration 3 should link to, this should be actually saved, should link to going to your dashboard. And once we are in the dashboard, I think there is no more linking necessary, and we're going to link this to payment, and if free selected, then we don't. Now obviously there would be two user journeys. Once, if people are not logged in and then they come to the pricing page, then they should go through the registration process first and then to sign up for this. So that could be a different user journey, but our user journey was go to pricing, and then the pricing, the payment details once people are logged in, they have an account. So just that's just a notice here. And so what we're gonna do is go to homepage. I'm saving this again just to make sure, and then we are going to do some viewport changes here. So let's go to project, adaptive views, and the preset would be large display and above, and then we are going to add to this display, which is going to be the base preset, which is portrait phone 320, and I think that's it. So now we've enabled it in the project menu item, and we will need to also enable it on every page, and I think it must be in properties. So I was looking at the right place under properties, but I had to restart Axure, so probably would need to do it as well at some point. So once you select the page on the left side, then under properties there's adaptive, and you just click enabled. Now what it does is create these tabs, the large display and the 320, which is going to be the mobile. If you go back to adaptive views, perhaps we could just yeah, it's already named, so I don't know why is it not showing as phone. It just shows 320, but that's alright for us. Okay, so this is the large display, and we click on 320, and we see that this is a line that is drawn for us. It's not movable because that's the 320 which we set at adaptive views. And so we are going to shuffle the elements around. So I think first the information should come and then the form, and in order to be able to even shuffle things around, I will need to move the footer a little bit downer and probably this block as well, just to have some space. And so let's get started with this. We're making it longer. First, just the background. We do step by step. We move this down, we move this down, and we will probably need to make this a smaller font size so that it is not the bullet points are not on two lines, and this one actually could be on several lines, but maybe not 3. So I'll try 25. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so we have now the top part, and I'm trying to think, this was on the left side and it was on the right side, so probably this should still go here. Clicking on it again and then just resizing it like so. That looks alright to me. The only problem is that this text and this text is almost the same. It's exactly the same. It's 18, so let's do 14. That looks better. It aligns with the picture as well. And then this one was on both sides, left and right. So I don't know yet where we will put this, but for the time being I ungroup this and place the icons next to each other like so. And what I want to do is select all and distribute evenly horizontally. That didn't work out too well. So I just want to place the two side ones according to the margin and then distribute horizontally. That's good. And then the next one. Yeah, this will look a little bit weird, but perhaps it's too much. Perhaps we can just make it a little bit shorter like so, and then we'll be able to shuffle this around and just move this over here and distribute horizontally. That looks much better. And then we will move this over here, and I think probably this should go below it because it's just going to be too much. So I grouped it in the meantime, Control G, move it below it, and this one I'm moving a little bit up. Oh, it's too high up, like so, making sure we are aligning it to the margins. Actually, it'd be a good idea to put here the 2 lines for the margin, and then we are resizing the form elements as well, like so. We'll bring this there, and it's starting to look good to me. Now the next one is going to be this item, and so this is going to be this is going to drop underneath. So I'm just resizing the width of the block. I'm placing this just a little bit below. I'm resizing the header, the post. I'll need to make this longer as well and higher. And I will need to move these a little bit down so that all the pictures would fit. I think 4:4 is what's going to fit. So something like that. And I'm going to move this picture over to the margin, and then select one row and distribute horizontally. I'll do for the other rows as well, and that's going to give us a nice grid. So that's that, and now we work on the Twitter. I'll have to move this even further down the footer, and I'm just going to move this a little bit downer, resize the text, and just going to reshuffle these elements and resize them. Trying to keep the distance the same between the photos, and now the text is aligned to the top of the picture, not in the middle of the picture as it was on the desktop view, and that looks good to me. I don't know about you. And that's technically as well going to be quite easy to do for the dev team, because we used the left side first and the right side second. So it's basically going to shuffle the left side always on the top and right side on the bottom. Now what we also have to do is redo the masters a little bit, and saving it. So let's click on the header first, and here, this is which header? The header simple header. And yeah, I had to click around. That's the problem. When you click into it, for some reason the adaptive views didn't show up, so I had to click around and have to enable the adaptive views on the masters as well. And let's click on the 320. So let's adjust the width, and what we're gonna do easy is just put here a menu item icon. So here's the adaptive views article on Axure. I had to have a look why wasn't it not working, but I just really had to restart Axure. So navigation. Let's see. I think this looks good. And let's download it. So let's bring this into Axure, like so. Resize it to 50 maybe. It's probably going to be too much. I think 30 should be enough. And I'm trying to align it with the logo in the middle. That's about right. I'm just going to delete this, but I'm just going to make a menu actually quickly. It's not going to take long. Not sure I'm going to make all the pages adaptive, because maybe that will take quite some time, so just showing you how to do this. So that can be centered. And now let's see, they are aligned well. And what we want to do is add the white color, because this is going to go above the design. And I think it would be a good idea to make it at least 48. So I'm going to make it 50. Height for Google Material Design Principles. And here this is 30 only, but I would just make a note, and you can make notes to make depth area 48 times 48 pixel, and that's it. You could also design it, but it's just going to add, we could just add a padding really. You couldn't probably do it here. Could you? Maybe you can actually do that. So this was 30, so we add, let's say 20, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. But yeah, it doesn't do anything, so it's better to do a node, just a simple node. And so we are going to make this 50. Pixel high. There we go. Let's make this dynamic panel. Select all, right click, convert to dynamic panel, and we will set this as hidden on. We want to on click, show, and I haven't named it. I should have named this as mobile drop down. So let's do this again. On click, show mobile drop down, show, and bring to front. And I think we should not just show but toggle. So another click would be hiding it. So I think that's That's good. And then let's go to the footer. Again, we have to enable adaptive views. Click on 320 and let's shuffle things around. Now you're going to make this a bit higher. Going to bring this underneath it. Make this 50 high. And let's put this to the side. Let's find the middle here. Is this around the middle? So 160, 150. Well, it's not the same, but it's very close. Let's make this centered. Just about right. Let's do this 155. And this, just move it close to like so, and make this 155 as well. 155, 155, 160, 160. Yeah, that should be good. 160. And then all rights reserved, just over there. And I think at least on mobile view it doesn't look like these are links. So let's make these underlined. All rights reserved. And I think I'm going to move these to the bottom and move these on the top, in the middle, around that place. It's maybe not the best, but how about moving this a little bit like so, and then we can move this over here. Yeah, that probably looks much better. Yeah. Alright, so we just made this, and I will also make it consistent here, so I'm going to make this underlined. And now we have a responsive footer. Go back to home. There we have it. And if you click to large display, that's going to keep a large display there. Now let's see how that works on the browser. Let's hide this sidebar and move this over to there we go. Mobile viewport. And if we click on this, we have to feature the drop down. Click again. So that works. And what we can also do is click on this and navigate between large display and phone. That's also a possibility. I usually tell clients to both options, that they can do this here or just resize the screen. Okay, so let's put it back to that, and now let's go back to our wireframes, save it again, and it seems that I have some more time for another page. I'm going to do the listing page. It's an important page. So Let's click on that and click enabled. And again, we are going to shuffle things around. I would like to hide the right side for now because we don't particularly need that. We don't need the left side either, actually. And if we click on 320, you will see that the header and the footer is already there because it's a master. So that's great. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm thinking how to do this. Should we have the refine filters first? Probably not. We want to have these ones. I will hide this. I will probably hide this and have it on the top. So let's just move the candidates a little bit over there, and this one as well, and just grab this, move it down to put this here underneath it. And I think we are going to replicate what we have here, 25, 25, looks good. And the refined search results is there, but what we will do with this is making it a dynamic panel. So let's make it wider, like so. Just reshuffling this a little bit, and okay, so basically what I'm gonna do is hide this for now and add here a chevron. I'm just going to reuse the chevron from over here, copy, go back to the listing, and I'll just move it here. Probably 30 would be good. Refine search results, so that shows to people that there is something they can click on and it will drop down. And this I'm going to make converted to dynamic panel. And I will call it refine. The state one would be closed and the other one would be open. So the closed is going to be without this, and I click on click, set panel state, refine. That would be when I click on it, it will set it to open, and let's close this, and then the open would be, I think I probably shuffle this around. I think that's right. way to do it, not the other way around. And on click, set panel state, refine to closed. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, that works just fine. Obviously that will need to move everything down as well, so push the widgets down. We would need to make these as well dynamic panels, but for now this is good. And so I'm going to resize this block, and obviously I missed the margin, so I'm just putting the margins there to guide me. Resize this element, and now I'm good to start working on the candidates. And let's bring them closer over here. Let's start with one and see how that works. Yeah, I think 2 by 2 works fine, so I'm going to just do that and keep putting them on the grid. And I'll have to make more space, quite much more space. So I'm moving them down to, let's say, 3000. Maybe that will be enough, hopefully. Okay, so let's move this to over here. There we go. So I'm moving them 2 by 2, trying to keep the distance here. One more. And I'm going to bring these ones as well. So I'm just shuffling things around, going to the grid we created, and these go next to the margin. So basically just give a bit more space between them for mobile view, and I guess that's fair enough. Bring down the load more button and make this full width between the margins. Yeah, 3000 was exactly good. So when we come to this page, we will still see on the viewport, the first viewport, our candidates. So I think that that will be good. And let me move this a little bit down even more, because I'll make this as a dynamic panel. I want to push it down with the refine, so we want to have enough space there. Obviously that would be dynamically resizing on the go by the developers, but on Axure, not sure we can do this. So let's make the candidates a dynamic panel so that we can push it down and convert to dynamic panel. Double click candidates, and that's pretty much it. We don't need anything else. Really what we want to do is go into the closed mode and click on this, and let's see what we've got. So one click, we find open, and we will also want to move. We want to move a widget, and we want to move the candidates widget down by, I don't know yet, but let's okay it for now. So we go back to the listing, and we will see how long is the open version of this. So we select all, and we see the height is 744. That's what we are going to use. So move by 744 down, and and click OK, and then we will click on the open as well and add the move case. Click on the case, and now it will be minus 744 if I'm correct. And let's see how that works. Click on preview. We could just have refreshed it as well. So we need the phone view, and let's see. So I clicked on that, and let's see if the candidates are still there. They are. We have enough space as well. And if I click again to find results, then candidates are back in position. So that was a success. I'm happy. And let's go back to Axure, and I want to do the dashboard adaptive as well, because we have a logged in top bar. So I want to see how that looks, and let's hide the left, and actually we'll have to click on this again, I guess. I just want to enable I want to enable adaptive views. Sometimes it's difficult to find. Let's hide it now, and let's see. I think we haven't enabled it on this, so let's do that. I think I will just bring over the header from the header master, this and this. So the navigation icon and navigation menu, I'll bring it over here like so that I don't have to do it again. And I'll not put there an upgrade button either, because we don't have the space there. So I'll just remove these. And what else? I'm thinking if I should bring this over, but that would be two different navigations. So I think what I might do is set visible just for now and add those items here so that I combine those two navigations, because I don't want to have two separate navigations. So dashboard profile and logout, let's do that. and this would be, instead of log in, it would be log out, and dashboard and profile would be the first items. So I duplicate it, dashboard, duplicate this as well, profile, and that's it. I will delete this, and I will delete this. Set hidden, and that will still work for us. So let's click that off for now. This as well. Let's go back to the dashboard. Click on 320. Now we have that view, the footer, and now I just have to work on this. So I just reshuffle these items. This should be, let's bring the two margins for us. This should be between the margins, and let's click on that, shortlist. So I'm just trying to see, yeah, the line is there, so that's good. And what we need to do is just realign them a little bit. Oh, for some reason I didn't group them again, so they are difficult to shuffle. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. It's always good to check how it looks like. And let's group these. Group and move to the margin. And I think I should move these a little bit down so that we can keep a nicer grid that is similar there and here. So I think that's good. Let's see if that fits. I think that fits actually. Almost. Just have to move it a little bit. So I'll move it. My mouse. That's pretty much it, really. Yeah, I think that still fits there. I don't have to move it under it, which is great. And now I move this a little bit further down the line because I need more space. Let's come up and resize the dynamic panel as well, like so. And let's go to the dynamic panel again. Work on the awaiting list, which is going to be easy. We just move it over right there, and so the short list is moved there, and this one was 206. So let's move this as well, 206 to 206 position. And that would be our short list. I mean a waiting list. And let's go to messaging. That will be the fun one. Again, let's move this to 206. And what shall we do here? We have two options. Either make this smaller and keep this here in line. Let's see how that works, how that looks like. I think that's really just not necessary, because when we are on mobile, we may not actually want to see this whole lot. So I will definitely move the messaging down, and I think I'm just going to get rid of these, and we don't need that background. What I'm going to do is make this larger because we are on mobile. So if you are on mobile, why not see the whole picture? And I will resize these speech bubbles. Actually, we can get rid of this because it's automatic on mobile. It's going to be right there, just a thin line. And yeah, that's good. 300, and move the whole thing a little bit up, and let's see how that works. So let's preview this. And let's click on the portrait, phone view, and the messaging. So I think that looks quite perfect. So let's test the whole thing here. So this is my shortlist, my awaiting list, my shortlist, clicking on the messaging and responding, and then going to as the same on the desktop, but we haven't worked on this one yet. So I think that's good enough. The only thing I want to do finally is go back to my personas, because we'll have the personas untouched since we changed the background. So obviously these speech bubbles then shouldn't have the brand colors, because the brand color is already used on the background. So we just make this white, so that looks much better. And what we can also do is use what we used here, which is we have actually let's just remove that line. I'm going to use this, so this can be like that. So I'm going to copy this over to the persona and just replace it quickly. And again, this would be white, so just duplicating that. And here, overhead conversation, one of it would be the person. So yeah, that's where I would leave it. And I think we have created a great site and project with adaptive views, some dynamic panels as well, and we can switch between the large desktop display and the mobile. So I think I'm happy with the result. If you have any questions, let me know, and happy Axure work for you and for all your projects. See you in the next one.